To date, police have never been able to establish any other reason for the defendant's presence in Allison's home other than the fact that he was the person responsible for her attack.
You worked with the Scottsdale Police Department to get the familial DNA search, correct?
I worked with the governor and the attorney general to see if we could make it legal.
And you were kind of the person who was the catalyst for that to be used in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
3 years after Allison was murdered, Ian was charged. But the state, they charged the wrong guy. Ian did not commit this crime. Ian is innocent. Is the one they should have charged because he is the one that did it. The evidence will show that. You're going to hear evidence about towards the end of the trial. So please be patient and listen to all the evidence.
Good morning.
Morning.
Just have a few more questions for you. One thing I think I may have neglected to ask, you are currently a lieutenant, and we heard about your career pathway, but can you tell me a little bit more about the sort of the organizational structure of Scottsdale PD? Where does a lieutenant fit into the structure?
So the lieutenant is the rank below a commander and above a sergeant. So lieutenant oversees and manages sections in the police department, certain divisions in the department. They oversee the day-to-day operational activity that occurs at the Scottsdale Police Department at the patrol level. And they handle basically middle management to different administrative tasks.
And what's above commander?
Above the rank of commander will be the deputy or the assistant chief of police, and then the chief of police is the top of the organization.
Now I want to return to the House just for a few questions, and then we'll move forward in time a little bit. You had mentioned last a couple weeks ago now, that there were some things that stood out to you about PMH, and I asked you those questions. Do you remember those?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure I have it clear. Did PMH appear any different than what appeared to you as blood in the home?
Yes, it did. It definitely was not the same type of makeup that blood you would see normally on a blood stain on the floor. It was a darkish, almost substance that appeared to be almost yellow, darkish in color, that almost seemed to be viscous, kind of a stickier substance that appeared to be that was out of place from the actual blood stains that we saw on the tile floor.
And you had mentioned last week, or we have gone through some photographs of glass pieces within the home. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, I do.
Were you present when ultimately the we'll call it half of a bottle piece was found?
Yes, I was.
And tell me a little bit more about that.
So the half a bottle piece was the top of a beer bottle, and it was found underneath the couch in the sunken living room. So when we moved that couch to process it and to take it out of the residence, we found the full end of a bottle underneath the couch that we did not initially see.
And do you remember what day that was found?
Off the top of my head, I believe that was either Friday or Saturday. Might have been Saturday.
And to be clear, that you were in the house for 4 days?
Yes.
And it was essentially Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, may I approach?
You may, and you have continuing permission.
I'm approaching with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10. Take a look at that for me. Understanding that, what are you looking at?
This was Exhibit 10. Here is a bottle, a contained glass bottle, and within that glass bottle there is it is the upper part of the beer bottle that we retrieved from that evening.
And Judge, the state would move to admit Exhibit 10.
Any objection? You may.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's ordered admitting Exhibit 10 into evidence.
It's going to be a little harder to show, but when you were writing your report, Lieutenant, did you at one point reference the bottle found as a summer shandy bottle?
Yes, I did.
Is that a different kind of Leinenkugel's beer?
Yes, it is.
Is it clear that the bottle found under the couch was actually a Honeyweiss?
Yes, it is.
And you can actually see that on the bottle cap itself?
Yes.
It's not going to be easy to see this, and I'm not going to really pass it around right now, but I just want everyone to get an understanding as to what we're looking at here. You can kind of even see the interior and read the label there. So is this, we're calling it half a bottle, but it's a sort of a upper piece of a bottle?
Yeah, the upper neck part of a beer bottle.
Does it appear to be broken?
Yes.
Sort of an obvious question. Now, you talked about finding that under the couch. So I just want to make sure I understand it. When you're in the scene on Wednesday, on Thursday, was this something that you would have been able to see just walking around the house?
No.
This state's prior testimony.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, I did not.
Okay. Why was finding that bottle under the couch sort of important to you as a detective at that time?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Sir, I can't hear you.
Sorry, if you could just pull the microphone, please. Thank you.
I said objection leading. He hasn't established that the bottle was important.
Could you rephrase the question, please?
Sure, Judge.
Thank
was
you.
finding the bottle important to you?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Well, the main reason is all of the different beer glass and broken beer bottles that we were finding in the home we were concerned because there wasn't enough to make an actual beer bottle. So when we found this neck of the part of the bottle, it was important to us because we found a significant part of a bottle that, of all the other pieces that we had collected, we weren't finding an entire beer bottle. There was definitely some pieces missing.
Are you aware of, I'm jumping topics now here, not to throw you off. Are you aware of an individual named Ed Pfeiffer?
Yes, I am.
Did he come to the attention of detectives early on in the investigation?
Yes, he did.
And why is that?
He was a UPS driver that we had learned about through our investigation.
Are you aware if his buccal swab was obtained in February of 2015?
Yes, I was.
Now I'm jumping again. Did you ultimately leave your role in the violent crimes unit as a detective for a time?
Yes, I did.
So we talked about this before, but from the time frame of this investigation, I kind of want to understand. Around when did you leave detective in violent crimes to go be a sergeant on patrol?
So April of 2015, I promoted to the rank of sergeant. And like I had stated earlier, when in our department, when you promote, it is part of our procedures is that you are reassigned to the patrol division. So in April of 2015, I promoted to the rank of sergeant, and I subsequently was assigned to supervise a patrol squad in Scottsdale.
And I ask that because at that point that you go to be a patrol sergeant, do you kind of step away from this case for a time?
Yes.
Do you go back to the violent crimes unit?
Yes. So in July of 2016, about 60 months later, I was brought back to the violent crimes unit as the violent crime unit supervisor.
And when you get back to violent crimes, do you step back into this case as part of your duties?
Yes, I am overseeing the investigation now.
So tell me a little bit about that. Now we're in after July of 2016. What sorts of steps are being taken as it relates to this case?
Well, it's been a little over a year and a half, 18, 19 months since the incident had occurred. So most of the steps that I had taken is starting to look back through the entire case file, looking at all the different information, tips, leads that we had received, reviewing all the evidence to see what other methods or what other things that we had potentially not had done yet, potential interviews that need to be done, any other investigative procedures that we need to ensure that be done to further the case.
Did you cause to have happen a neighborhood investigation in 2017?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about that.
Yes, so in February of 2017, which would mark the 2 years since the incident had occurred, I helped coordinate a neighborhood investigation, a neighborhood canvas investigation of the entire neighborhood surrounding the Monterey address where Allison lived. And the purpose of that was to identify and speak with individuals since time had passed to see if anyone had not been talked to. Maybe we had missed them on the initial canvas to see if anyone had heard of anything, knew of anything that previously had not been disclosed to the police department.
And just so we are kind of contextually on the same page, in February of 2017, as we talked about a couple weeks ago, you had already been notified of an unknown male profile related to the DNA on PMH.
Yes. So in going back to the latter part of February of 2015, we had obtained a full DNA profile from that PMH that we were aware of.
And as part of your neighborhood investigation, do you get buccal swabs from individuals, males, in the neighborhood?
Yes, that was part of our investigation, was asking individuals if they'd ever been in Allison's home, when they were in their home, and then also just asking a consensual buccal swab from them.
Did you also ask, at that point, Detective Heinzelman to follow up with an individual down the street from Allison Feldman's home who may have seen someone out walking that night?
Yes, I did.
And we'll ask him about what that contact, but that you were present again in the investigation when some of that follow-up was done?
Yes, we had information from a previous tip sheet that was part of the investigation where an individual had observed somebody walking down the street, and I assigned that to be followed up by Detective Heinzelman. And when we're talking about the general knowledge of the investigation and some of the investigative decisions that you made, in 2017, were you aware of an individual named James Katslamides whose DNA swab had already, or buccal swab had been taken already? Yes.
Now I'm going to jump topics again. Did you, kind of all over in time here, but did you ultimately request that a shoe print from the home be reviewed to see if any additional information could be learned?
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask you what, if any of those conclusions may have been. That'll be a question for a different witness. But did you send off some photographs of a shoe print in the home to, at the point in March 2015, to us, the Washington State?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 179. Is this a one of the pictures that you sent? We've seen it as L2 to be looked at.
Yes, this was this exhibit here that you're showing is a picture that we had sent.
Okay. And at this time in the investigation, we're talking over a series of years now, from 2015, your return in 2016, your involvement again in 2017. Are you, as a police agency, making investigative decisions as to any potential follow-up?
Yes.
And ultimately, Lieutenant, do you sort of reach a point where potentially the investigative leads that you're aware of have been exhausted?
Yes, we were no longer getting additional evidence to help identify who may have been responsible. So we were exploring other opportunities or other options to continue this investigation.
And I'm going to ask just a few leading questions, and I'm almost done with my questions of you. In early 2017, you're back at the Violent Crimes Unit as a supervisor at that point?
Yes.
Do you have discussions within Scottsdale Police Department about potentially utilizing familial DNA?
Yes, I did.
At this point, do you make that request of the Department of Public Safety, another Arizona agency, to proceed with that process?
Yes. Yes, I do.
And do you later learn in April of 2018 that an individual named Mark Mitcham may be a male relative of the person who left PMH?
Yes.
Do you learn that Mark had 3 brothers, Eric, Craig, and Ian?
Yes.
And that they have a father who at that point in 2018 was deceased?
Yes.
That Ian has a nexus to the city of Scottsdale?
Yes, he does.
That ultimately, do you request additional DNA work be done by the Scottsdale Crime Lab?
Yes.
And ultimately, does the crime lab let you know that there was a match to PMH?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And we're going to hear from the individuals with the crime lab. But at this point now, it's 2018. Within a week of finding out the information that you find out, do you ultimately have contact with Ian Mitcham yourself?
Yes, we do.
Are you part of an interview of Ian Mitcham along with Detective Heinzelman?
Yes.
Can you identify Ian Mitcham? Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Can you tell me where he's seated or what he's wearing?
Permission to stand.
You may.
Thank you. Yes. Mr. Mitcham is seated at the defense table. He's wearing a brown suit with a brown and grayish tie and a white shirt, wearing glasses, bald with a beard.
Judge, may the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is so reflected.
Had you, Detective, ever had contact with Mitcham, to your knowledge, particularly prior to February 17th of 2015?
No.
I have just a moment, Judge.
You may.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
And cross-examination of this witness whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
Hi. Do you remember talking to me back in 2021?
Yes, I do.
I think it was an hour and a half or so, and you also talked to Jeff, one of the attorneys representing Mr. Mitcham.
Yes.
Is there anything that you want to change regarding statements that you made to us at that time?
No.
Okay. I see that you have a briefcase with you today.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are there documents in that briefcase that we should be aware of?
No, sir.
Are you planning to admit any additional documents that the state hasn't given us notice of?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to jump around to, like Mr. Roseberry had. Kind of want to talk to you about different categories. A lot of this is coming from your former interview with me. Let's see. So if we can just kind of start in the beginning. On February the 18th, you heard on the radio that there had been an event and at the house on Monterey, and you went to the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you're the first detective there?
I believe I was one of the first, yes.
Okay. And you were kind of seeing what people were doing and kind of updating the people as they were arriving?
Yes, when I arrived on scene, I wanted to make contact with the initial responding officers to get a sense as to what they had seen and what they had done so far.
You didn't enter the home at that time?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you did enter later that evening?
Yes, later that evening I did enter the home.
Okay. And was it dark at that time?
I'm sorry, could you
Was it dark?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And at that time, as detectives arose, were there meetings that you're having with other detectives where you're kind of updating them on the status of the case and assigning duties to those other detectives?
Could you just clarify your question, because I didn't hear the first part of it. Could you just rephrase that for me, please?
Okay. We've heard from other people, that arrived. Are you aware that there were patrol people that arrived at the scene?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And that's ultimately where you went after being a detective in violent crimes, then you went to be a sergeant of a patrol unit?
Oh, okay.
I'm jumping around. I'm just...
All right. I understand what your question is. So
okay. Thank you.
I think... So yes, when I was a patrol sergeant, I was responsible to a patrol squad, and one of our responsibilities were to respond to critical incidents, investigations, crimes that occurred or had occurred, and ultimately the patrol sergeant would be responsible for directing officers to take on certain responsibilities and duties.
Okay. So if there was a patrol sergeant that had already arrived or arrived about the time that you arrived, was he updating you and other people about the status, the circumstances of the crime?
I don't know if I can say that he was updating us as to the circumstances of the crime. He was updating us to what they did when they entered the home and what they saw when they entered the home.
Okay. Did that patrol sergeant assign any duties to detectives to further the investigation of the case?
No.
Were you the person that assigned duties?
No, I was not.
Okay. Who was?
Well, in February 2015, the violent crime supervisor, Sergeant T.R. Davidson, was responsible for assigning duties to the violent crimes detectives.
Was he at the scene when you were at the scene?
Yes, he was.
Okay. What were the responsibilities of Detective Williamson?
We don't have a Detective Williamson.
Okay. Who is Williamson at the scene?
Williamson would have been Sergeant Scott Williamson. Scott?
Okay. And what is his duty?
His duty in that time frame would have been the patrol sergeant that was responsible for the patrol officers.
Okay. At some point, you drafted a search warrant?
Yes, that was my first responsibility.
Okay. And who assigned that to you?
Sergeant T.R. Davidson.
Okay. Did you enter the home before the search warrant?
I did not.
Okay. Did you stand in the doorway and look into the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I think you've talked about that in your questioning about a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. At some point, did you walk through the home with a crime scene investigator by the name of Palma?
Yes.
Okay. And were you the first detective to go through the home?
No, I was not.
Okay. Who was the first detective?
That would have been Detective John Heinzelman.
Okay. And at some point, you identified 26 items that you felt were of interest?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And were those denoted by some kind of placard?
Yes.
Okay. So the placards wouldn't have been placed until you had gotten the warrant and you went into the home and identified the 26 items, and then placards were placed on those items?
Yes.
And then what happened next?
Those items were collected, swabbed areas or pieces of evidence that we felt that were significant to the initial investigation when we were inside the home.
Did you do any swabs yourself?
No, I don't do swabs.
Okay. Do you do DNA swabs?
Personally?
For persons, for people?
Yes, for people,
Okay.
I do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you find a driver's license for Ms. Feldman in the home?
Yes, we did find a driver's license located in the kitchen.
Okay. And is that how you identified her?
The female that was lying on the floor that we previously looked at, due to the amount of trauma to her body, we utilized the driver's license to help identify at least who we believe that female was, along with additional information that we had learned from interviewing the initial caller, Alex, who had came to the home.
Okay, thank you. And at some point, Detective Mac Williams was assigned as lead detective?
Yes, he was.
And what does that mean?
The lead detective is responsible for the case in general, submitting crime lab requests, reviewing the evidence collected, conducting interviews, and they're ultimately the person that is going to determine at some point how the investigation ends and how they're basically responsible for the case.
Okay. So how does the delegation of duties work, with detectives at the scene? Because all of you are on the same level as far as responsibility. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then someone is identified that's going to lead the investigation from the detective level.
Yes.
Okay. And then does that person assign responsibilities and duties at the scene?
No, and if I think I understand your question correctly, so the violent crime supervisor, which I took for 3 years, is responsible for identifying who's going to take the lead on the investigation. From that point, they will assign different duties and responsibilities of other detectives, whether that's drafting a search warrant, whether that's conducting interviews, whether that's conducting the crime scene investigation. Sometimes the roles of a case or the lead detective, we intermix those words, case and lead. They're the same thing. They will have multiple different responsibilities. That could be investigating the crime scene, conducting an important interview, but ultimately they're responsible of collecting all of the documents and reviewing all of the evidence interviews and finding out any other additional follow-up that needs. And they report to the sergeant who oversees the actual investigation.
Okay. And so Mac Williams would have been assigning duties, but he's ultimately responsible to the sergeant.
Yes, in some ways he would ask a detective to handle something, but ultimately the sergeant kind of is ultimately responsible of making sure that those responsibilities are completed and conducted.
And what role was Detective Heinzelman assigned at that point?
In February of 2015, Detective Heinzelman and I were responsible for the crime scene investigation.
At the Monterey house?
Yes.
Okay, so you and he are both assigned at some point. Then did Mac Williams take over your responsibility?
No.
Okay, so you were still assigned at the scene?
Yes.
As the person in charge of the scene?
Yes.
Okay, along with Detective Heinzelman?
Yes.
Okay. Kind of want to go through some of the things that you said you found at the scene.
Okay.
In our interview, you talk about finding large items, caps or tops of bottles, and parts of your bottles, and I think you repeated that today.
Yes.
Okay. Were those items, it probably was a slip, but I believe you said something about finding those items under the bed. I've looked at both transcripts, but was that a mistake, if you said that?
Are you talking about today or
when you were talking to the defense team in 2021?
In 2021, I don't remember ever saying that they were under a bed. I believe it would have been pretty consistent that they were found in the living room under the couch.
At that point, you didn't think they were under a bed?
No.
Okay. So you found some items under the couch?
Yes.
Okay. And when you talk about finding items under the couch, we had seen the broken top of a bottle. Is that what you're thinking of?
Yes, that's what we found under the couch, was that broken neck part of a beer bottle.
Okay. And that was on the 21st, which would have been 4 days after at least the police initially entered the home, or the fourth day?
Yeah, I mean, the dates, I want to make sure I correspond correctly with dates and
Okay.
days. So Wednesday, we were initially there. We did not find it till I believe it was either Friday or Saturday. I just can't remember if it was 18th, 19th, 20th, or 21st. It was right around there.
Okay. What I'm trying to determine is at what point you looked under the couch and found some glass pieces.
That would have been either that Friday or Saturday. I would have to just refer to my report real quick. That's if you want a direct day, I'd have to just double check on that.
Okay. And now, I think last time when you were talking, you had talked about the couch being ajar in the sunken living room when you entered the home?
Yes.
And up against, I think, a coffee table where it shouldn't be?
Yes. When I entered the home, the couch was, it did not appear that it would be in a natural position that you'd place it. It would appear to be pushed, or at least at an angle and ajar when it was up against the coffee table.
On that day, did you find any pieces of glass under the couch?
No.
Okay. Was the couch eventually moved from that position?
Yes, yes, it was.
Okay. I don't expect you to have the answer, but just in case you do you know when it was moved?
I want to say it was Saturday. I think it was the last day that we were there.
Okay. So how was it moved?
Well, after the prior 3 days that we were there, we were identifying different areas of forensic evidence. And on the couch, there was some blood stains, some transfer blood stains that appeared to have been a bloody object had came in contact with that backside of the couch. So we had actually done some cuttings of that couch. And we wanted to make sure that we processed that couch initially before we had it removed. So we did not remove it until I believe it was Saturday, the last day we were there.
As far as changing the position of the couch in the room, do you know if that was ever done?
Not that I can recall us changing that position of that couch.
Okay, so at some point the couch. Talk to me about how the cap of the beer bottle was found.
The cap of the beer or the beer bottle that Exhibit 10 that we had previously looked at was underneath the couch. So we did not, if it was moved a little bit, we didn't see it. It wasn't until we actually picked it up and removed the couch that we saw this beer bottle piece, Exhibit 10, underneath the couch.
Okay. You say we, and that's was my objection earlier. Did someone tell you they did that? Did you do it? Did you observe someone doing it?
Detective Heinzelman and I were responsible of the crime scene, so I and Detective Heinzelman helped move that couch. Now, obviously, the couch was a fairly big couch. It was heavy, and I'm not strong enough to just move it on my own. So we had a couple different people, and that's why I was determining. Let's say we moved that couch out of the way and out of the sunken living room.
Okay. But you were present.
Yes.
Okay. Who first noticed the top of the bottle cap, or the top of the beer bottle?
I don't remember there being an aha moment where somebody said there. It was readily apparent that there was a beer bottle. I don't know who saw it first, but I remember seeing it immediately and I'm seeing that Exhibit 10 laying there.
Okay. And so when you first went in on the 18th, the couch was askew, and then you did some cuttings from the couch. And at some point, you say the couch may have been moved a little bit.
I don't remember us having to move it at all a little bit. We might have had to push it a tiny bit, but I don't remember in my memory of actually being part of moving it. I just remembered on the day that we had removed it, picked it up.
Okay. So it's not clear. Photographs might help you refresh your recollection on the time.
Yes, I mean,
okay.
it would be of value, yes.
Okay. Okay. Jumping to a statement that you made about finding a burglar detection device or some type of security device in Miss Feldman's bedroom?
Yes.
Or something that you could see, some kind of display?
Yes.
Okay. Something that I saw going back through our interview, you had mentioned that the sliding door in the back had, that particular device was able to determine when that door was open or shut.
Yes, it did.
Okay. You mentioned that the screen part of that slider was not detectable.
Correct.
On the screen. What do you mean by that?
Based on our investigation, that security system captured the opening and closings of doors, including the slider door. However, we did not see any type of part of the security system that would have captured the actual screen door being moved. So that's why we did not believe that it would not have detected that.
Okay, so when someone talks about the system indicating that the back sliding door was open, you don't mean to state that both the screen and the door were open or both the screen and the door were shut. You don't know.
The security system showed us when the sliding glass door was either closed or open.
But I guess my question is, the sliding glass door could have been open and the screen closed.
It's possible.
It's more than possible, isn't it? It's at least 50% likelihood.
I'm sorry, what was their question?
It's more than possible because you can't determine one way or the other, right?
Correct. Yeah, I'm just answering your question. I mean, it's possible that it could be open or it could be closed. It's just the security system detected the actual sliding glass door.
Okay, thanks. Were you present when the Blue Star chemical was used?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what were the circumstances of that test?
The circumstances of using Blue Star were because we had observed and we had believed in our investigation that there was significant cleanup, and we believed that there was voids and blood stains on the cool deck of the patio of the pool, and because we had found evidence of potentially that Ms. Feldman was in the pool. So we had used the Blue Star chemicals to see if anything that we could not see with the naked eye would be detected with Blue Star, either chemicals or blood that may have been no longer there because of that void.
Okay, so I believe in your interview with us, you talked about the fact that chlorine can ignite Blue Star. And what did you mean by that?
Based on my experience of working with Blue Star on thousands of death investigations and using Blue Star and on other investigations, chlorine has a chemical makeup that will ignite or at least indicate with the chemical Blue Star that it was present on that surface.
Okay, so does it become a blue color? Is that what you see when it ignites?
Yes.
Okay. And so if we see a photograph of a scene taken at night that has a lot of blue in it, it could be chlorine or it could be blood, correct?
Yes.
Today you kind of clarified the Leinenkugel bottle as to whether it was Summer Shanty or another, what was the other?
Honey Weiss, honey, and then WEISS.
Okay. And you corrected prior testimony as to which it was?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You're from Wisconsin, right?
I am.
Okay. So you're familiar with the Leinenkugel brand?
Yes.
Okay. Is that like something that people from Wisconsin might be aware of, but other people might not be?
I can't speak for all people that are from Wisconsin. I can just speak for myself. I'm aware of the different brands of Leinenkugels. I grew up not too far from there.
Okay. Is that a product that you enjoy or that's one of your favorite beers if you drink?
I do occasionally have a Leinenkugels. I don't know if it's necessarily my favorite, but I definitely have tried different kinds.
Okay. You talked about the broken beer pieces and that there really were not enough to make one bottle, and so there were pieces of glass missing?
Yes.
Okay. I believe in an interview you talked about that you had believed there were two different bottles in the scene.
Yes.
Is that still your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, so having the different name on the bottle doesn't change that opinion.
Do you mind rephrasing your question? I'm not really sure exactly what you're asking me.
I think when you talked to us, you talked about there being one or two labels and the color of the beer and the color of the bottle, and that was the basis that you believe that there were two different beer bottles that were used in the scene?
Yes, so we did find different, I don't know about the colors of the beer, but there was a piece of a beer bottle that we found that we believed that had a label or at least a marking on it that would indicate it came from a creamy dark Leinenkugels. And then when we found the second beer bottle under the couch, that Honeyweiss made us believe that there was two beer bottles in the scene.
Okay. I want to move to what we call as PMH.
Yes.
Which was the stain on the floor, near the chair that was by the dining room table or by the table. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. You talked to us about it appearing to have granules in it.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you mentioned that you weren't definitive. You were just saying it appeared like it could have been tobacco.
Yes. I definitely couldn't say for sure with 100% certainty, but it just appeared from what I saw and what I recall looking at the pictures and also being at the scene that day.
Okay. And actually that stain was labeled as a spitter stain.
Yes.
Okay. And was that in part because the idea that it might be tobacco?
The importance behind it, not that it was tobacco, is the fact that the importance was it because it was it was different. It was a different type of stain on the floor, and it did not appear consistent with the blood or any of the swipes that were through the blood. So it was a concern of us because of the proximity of the chair, the proximity of the blood, the proximity of being in the middle of the home next to this chair, and then it being just a different type of a substance.
Okay. Was the substance ever tested to determine what it was?
We sent that substance PMH to the crime lab. They developed a DNA profile. I don't have any independent information to say if they are able to determine what it came from, but I do know that we did a Kasselmeyer test on that, and it had no indications of the substance coming from blood.
Okay. So to this day, you don't know what the substance was?
Correct.
Okay. But I think you talked to us about it being sticky, and it also had these granules in it that could have been tobacco.
That's what it appeared to me. It appeared to be sticky, like I said earlier, viscous, with maybe some granules in it. I just couldn't completely say exactly what it was.
This may be an unfair question, and I'm sure you'll tell me if it isn't making sense. Are you familiar with how items are swabbed for DNA, what the process is, and what pressure is applied?
Yes.
Okay. So isn't it true that a great deal of pressure would be applied to make certain that DNA is picked up on a swab? Say if someone were swabbing the floor, they would swab it just about to the point that it actually broke. And that is to be sure that you pick up whatever is there. Would you agree with that?
See, at the Scottsdale Police Department, we typically swab things in two different formats. We use a wet swab, and then a dry swab. So we will collect that same stain through two different methods. The amount of pressure that they use is up to the crime scene specialist that's collecting that. I don't know exactly how much pressure they do, but they do collect it using two different types of methods.
Okay, so a placard was put on that. I think that was one of the 26 items
Yes.
that were of interest, and a placard was put there, and then at some point someone came back and swabbed it.
Yes.
Okay, and you don't know whether or not the DNA that they picked up, assuming that they picked up DNA on that swab, was from the liquid or from the floor itself, right?
The swab was collected by our crime scene specialists. They collected it off of the floor, off of that stain.
Okay. So the answer is you don't know whether or not the swab picked up something from the floor itself or from the stain. If you can't answer that, I'm not asking you to guess.
I'm trying to understand what your question is. So the swab, the cotton swab that they use is open. It's a package, prepackaged. It's never been used before ever. They're using gloves. They open up this package. They immediately swab that item. They take a plastic cap over that and they seal it, and then they place it into an evidence envelope. So whatever they're swabbing is what's collecting eventually that swab is taken to the crime lab. So whatever that swab is collected off of that surface area is what the DNA is going to be, the DNA examiner is going to be looking for.
Okay. Okay. Jumping to you when you first arrived at the scene.
Yes.
Okay. I believe that you had noticed that Allison's boyfriend was at the scene.
Yes, he was.
Okay. And I think you told us that you were aware that the scene smelled of bleach, and you kind of wanted to get near him to see if he smelled of bleach. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't smell of bleach.
No, I did not detect any type of a chlorine or bleach smell coming from Mr. Alex.
And based upon your years of experience and the thousands of cases that you've handled, you would have suspected that if he had been in the scene the day before and done the cleaning or whatever that was done, that smell would still be lingering on Alex, correct?
Well, the timeline hadn't been established yet, so we didn't know. We hadn't been in the scene yet. We had just had very preliminary information from our initial officers that went into the home to make sure that there's no other outstanding suspects or victims inside the home. So we didn't know when this occurred. My initial contact with Mr. Alex was to determine if I detected anything, if he had been in the home for a period of time prior to that. So I didn't have any information at that time as to the timeline of events of the death of Allison.
I believe you told us that you would expect the person who committed the crime to have an odor of bleach. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, yeah.
Okay. Okay. As we're going through the interview, and we're kind of going during the interview, we went through all the different the police reports that you drafted or that you mentioned, and at one point you talked about finding a broken fingernail under a table. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And my recollection is that is something that you personally found. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Where was it?
So in the kitchen, next to the kitchen, next to the sliding glass door, and I know we don't have a photo to depict this, but there was a table with a couple chairs around it. It was a glass table. There was a Swiffer mop that was leaning up against that table. Underneath the table, once we got closer and were examining the crime scene, I found this small little piece of a fingernail.
Were you like on your hands and knees on the floor, or could you see it from standing?
I don't remember. I don't recall being on my hands and knees. I believe I once I was in the right position, it caught my eye as to something different there, and I got a little bit closer, and I was able to see that it was a fingernail.
Okay, and that's something that was still there whatever day it was that you collected it, right?
Yes, I believe that would have been Thursday or Friday. I think Thursday, off the top of my head.
Could it have been the 21st?
21st is
Saturday.
Saturday. It could have been Saturday. I'd have to recheck my report, sir. I'm sorry. I just don't remember exactly what exact day it was because we had been in there for 4 days.
Okay. And so when you'd gone through on the evening of the 18th, that hadn't been one of the 26 items that would be of interest?
Correct. We did not see it at that time.
Okay. But once you saw it, did you determine that it was an item of interest?
Yes.
Why?
Detective Heinzelman and Detective McWilliams had gone to the autopsy of Miss Feldman, and they had reported to all of us that she had a broken middle fingernail, and when we found that fingernail, we were able to determine that that was probably the piece that had been broken from her hand.
Were you ever given notice that that fingernail was tested for DNA?
I don't remember me personally getting notice.
Are you aware?
I'm aware of it being tested for DNA, yes.
Okay. Do you know what the results were?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. I'm assuming we're going to 12, is that?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
thank you. So, jumping to one of the reports that you wrote, and it has to do with Marina Sokolov, I
Yes.
believe. I think I got it right. I don't know. Did I?
You're pretty close, yes,
Wow.
sir.
How would you pronounce it?
Pretty much the same way, Sokolov. It's easier when I see the word and I can
Yes.
pronounce it out versus memory.
You have to pronounce each
Yep.
vowel, and probably neither one of us are close to being right. I don't know. I believe that you had looked at a calendar that Allison had to try to determine what context she had or what she was doing in the day before she was killed.
Yes,
Okay. And one of the items on that calendar had to do with a visit that Marina, Alex's sister, was going to have to the home on the 14th. Is that right? Am I recalling
that sounds
correctly?
correct, yes.
Okay. And there was an indication there that Allison needed to leave a key for her for the front door.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And do you know whether that happened?
Based on my interview with Marina, I don't believe that occurred.
As far as the visit or the key?
The visit.
Okay. So you don't know, you know that she didn't visit, and I agree, I think that's what you told us.
Yes.
But you don't know whether or not the key was left for her because Marina wouldn't know that.
That is correct.
Okay, jumping ahead again. So there was a period of time that you left the violent crimes unit to be a supervisor in patrol. You talked about that. About how long were you gone?
I was gone for 16 months.
Okay. Did you, when you left, were you uncomfortable with the status of things as far as the Feldman investigation?
Well, I had not been a part of the day-to-day investigative techniques, so I mean, I don't know if I could say I was uncomfortable. I knew that they were working on it, and I had a different responsibility at that time.
Okay. So was that part of the impetus for you to want to go to patrol?
No, again, I was promoted to the rank of sergeant, and part of our policies and procedures are to be reassigned to a patrol squad. Not because I wanted to go, it was because that's our policies and procedures, and it is a procedure because of the fact that we want new supervisors to get a fresh perspective as to how to be a boss, and it's easier when you have people that you don't work with on a day-to-day, and you're kind of reassigned to the entry level of police work, which is patrol.
Did you apply for that job?
Did I apply for what job?
For the promotion to sergeant?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When did you apply?
Oh, I want to say it would have been in 2013.
Okay. Well, that answers my question. Okay. Okay. At some point, you went back to the Feldman investigation, I believe, as a supervisor of the violent crimes unit.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. And you had talked about earlier about that the supervisor had responsibility over the investigation, but that there were case agents that kind of worked underneath the supervisor.
Yes.
Okay. So when you went back in the investigation, how would you categorize the status of the investigation?
So when I went back in July of 2016, the case had not been solved yet. There was still a lot of different investigative techniques and things that needed to be followed up on, and so I wanted to make sure that those areas were accomplished. So I wanted to make sure that we were missing anything or being more detail oriented as to identifying everything that had not been done, or relook at things from a different perspective to make sure that they had been looked at different angles.
Were you uncomfortable that the person that had originally been assigned as the lead detective hadn't done the work you're talking about, going back and double checking things?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that you told us that you were uncomfortable with the work that had been done, but you felt like, or that the steps that you took was, first you gave that person an opportunity to meet what you felt like would be the necessary requirements to get the investigation back on track.
Yes.
And then that person ultimately didn't do that, and at that point you reassigned the lead detective job to Detective Heinzelman.
That is correct.
Okay. The things that you found that weren't being done, what were they?
There were different pieces of evidence I wanted to make sure that were sent to the crime lab. There were different interviews. There were different tips from the leads that we had received over the years, over those 2 years or 18, 19 months that had not been followed up with yet. I wanted to make sure that there was a sense of urgency to this investigation, as to making sure that we don't let anything slip by us.
Okay. And one of those issues was the results of an earlier canvass where information was given that a neighbor may have seen someone walking in the neighborhood around the time that the police thought the death may have occurred. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the name of that neighbor?
Not off the top of my head. I don't remember his name. I remember what he said. I just don't recall what his exact name was.
Okay. When you say you remember what he said, do you mean you remembered what was written down by the person that did the canvass?
Yes, I remember the one of our detectives on the initial canvass. We were out there on the 18th of February, on Wednesday the 18th, and along with the 19th, that they were spoken to by a detective and officer, and I remember seeing it on the tip sheet that we had received that they had spoken to that person and what they saw.
Did they, I understand you may not recall this specific, but isn't it right that they spoke to the person's parents and the person's parents told them that their son had seen something? Does that sound familiar?
That sounds familiar, yes. Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. Then at some point, did you assign someone to go back and interview that person again?
So if we are we jumping forward now to 2017 to assign that assignment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So in 2017, Detective Heinzelman I had assigned to interview this individual that lived down the street from Allison Feldman.
So 2017, you were back now, but at this point, you're the supervisor of the Violent Crimes Unit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And some of this coincided with the 2-year anniversary of the murder?
Yes.
Okay. And you felt like movement needed to take place because the anniversary was a reminder as to where the status of the investigation was?
Yes. I mean, there was 2 years, and this case had not been solved yet. And I felt like it needed to, we needed some movement so it doesn't become more stagnant.
Okay. And you also talked about the fact that a cell phone had been found but was not followed up on. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. What are the circumstances of that?
I do. There was a cell phone that had been recovered, or at least been reported to us, been found north. I don't remember exactly what the address was from Ms. Feldman's residence, but it had came through a tip, through a lead sheet that we had not followed up with, and I wanted to determine if we could follow up with that.
And were you able to?
No, I don't believe we were able to figure out that phone nexus to the case.
Okay. Now, I believe we talked to you about the meetings that you had. Is VCU, is that acronym for the Violent Crimes Unit?
Yes, that's the acronym for the Violent Crimes Unit.
And so when you were trying to get the investigation back on track, were you having regular meetings with the detectives that had been working on the case?
Yes.
Okay. How often did those take place?
When I was a supervisor, we historically or tried to meet at least once a week as a group, as a unit, to go over statuses of in cases, anything new, debrief prior call-outs, prior investigations that we had been a part of. So we met historically once a week as a group together, but I mean, I had daily contact with my detectives.
Right. Okay. Was in your mind, was that particular case the priority for your unit?
Are you talking in 20? In what
when
year?
You came back in 2017.
And when I came back in 2016,
Yes.
that, I mean, it was one of many cases that we were working on. It was a priority, but there were other new cases that were coming in, along with other investigations that we had to take a focus on too.
Were you aware that the Feldmans were meeting regularly with the assistant chief?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Were you a part of any of those meetings?
No, I was not.
Okay. How did you become aware that they were meeting?
Off the top of my head, I don't recall. I do remember having conversations with our assistant chief at the time, because he's a couple ranks above me, and he was overseeing all of the investigations. So for him, it was made sure that I'm doing my job correctly. So we would have conversations as to the different things that we were doing or had learned. I believe it was during those times, those conversations, that I learned that Allison's parents, or Allison's father, was speaking with our assistant chief.
Okay. Your Honor, this is a good time for us to break.
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. Please remember that admonition, and we will see you back here at 1:30.
Yes. So Exhibit 6 is a partial fingernail broken that was recovered inside the home of Allison Feldman underneath the table that I had talked about earlier.
And is that the fingernail that you had seen? Is that the condition it's in?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move to admit this exhibit, the state stipulated.
Okay, and just want to put on the record that's correct.
Correct, Judge.
Okay, it's ordered admitting Exhibit 6 into evidence.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may. And just for the record, this was handed to the jury, and they are passing around Exhibit 6. And if you could collect that, please. Thank you.
I don't.
Thank you. You know, I've marked 5 pictures as an exhibits. Exhibit 561, 562, 563, 566, 569. I've shown them to the state, and I'd move to admit these photos at this time.
And any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Okay. Sorry, could you tell me those numbers again? 561, 562.
563, 566, and 569.
Thank you. It's ordered admitting those exhibits into evidence.
Okay. Lieutenant, we had talked about this broken bottle, and you had looked at the actual exhibit of the item. Is this a depiction or a picture of the bottle that you saw that day?
Yes.
Okay. And is that where it was when you saw it?
Looking at photo marker 80 here, yes, that would have been in the position. It looks like at the top there's a arrow marker depicting, I believe,
Let me
north.
see if I can move it and give you more.
Yeah, north. So it just indicates as to what direction north is in relation to the bottle that was found on the floor, on that wood tiled floor.
Okay. And that looks like what you saw that day.
Yes, sir.
And for the record, what exhibit number was that?
561.
561, thank you.
And now I'm looking at 562. Is there a way to make this? Is there a way to adjust this where I can get more of the picture? Okay. Is that the same bottle?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is that the condition it was in when you saw it?
Yes.
And there's no tissue or blood on the bottle cap, correct? That you can see.
When I was at the crime scene, I did not observe any blood or tissue located on that bottle at that time.
Did you look for that?
I didn't look close enough to it. I didn't have a magnifying glass or anything like that. I just was visually looking at it from standing up and looking down at it.
Okay, but you did take note of that at the time?
Yes, I would have taken note if I did see something like that.
For sure, yes. Photograph number 563, exhibit number 563, is it the same with this photo?
Yes, sir.
And that's just a different direction?
Compared to 562?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Okay. This is 569. You had earlier testified that you had that you were changing your recollection of what the name of the beer was based upon this bottle cap?
Yes.
And same issue with the blood and tissue?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that at first you had thought the type of Leinenkugel's it was, is it summer shanty?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And what type of beer is that?
Leinenkugel's.
Okay, but what is that like, I know some Leinenkugel beers come out at different times of the year. Is that a beer that comes out, say, in the summer versus another time of the year, if you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the distribution of Leinenkugel's. Historically, I've seen it in the summer, but it doesn't mean that you can't buy it year-round.
Okay. This is exhibit number under 566. And that's the same bottle cap?
Yes, sir.
Or the bottleneck?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your finger in the bottleneck?
No.
Okay. Do you know whose finger it is?
No, sir.
Okay. There seem to be little discolored spots on the glove that's on the finger. Do you know anything about that?
Are you talking about the yellow discoloration on the rubber glove?
Yes.
I believe that is just due to the age of sometimes of the gloves. I don't know as to why that discoloration occurs on those type of latex gloves.
Okay. Have you seen it before?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. I believe we've established it was either the 20th or the 21st. That would be either Friday or Saturday that the bottle was collected. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you have a recollection of what was going on in the scene at that time?
On which day?
I was thinking Saturday.
Saturday would have been our last day there.
Yes.
So we were doing our final wrap-up of the investigation. The majority of evidence had been collected, and we were now finishing up, kind of collecting some of the bigger items, the couch, the table, some of the kind of ending the process of all the forensic collection inside the home.
When you say we, who was that?
I'm sorry. Yes.
When you say we, who was
we being the Scottsdale Police Department, the crime scene investigation team, myself, Detective Heinzelman, and our crime scene specialists that were working with us.
Any patrol officers there?
No, sir.
Okay. And
well, let me, if I made
okay.
it correct, there was patrol officers there. They were providing external security. Basically, they're just at the front of the home, but they weren't inside the crime scene. I'm sorry, I need to clarify that.
Okay. Am I correct that there were some of these were large, bulky items like the couch?
Yes.
And they were being moved into a U-Haul?
Yes.
To be transported to some kind of storage area?
Yes, to our property and evidence division, where they have a ability to house some of these larger items.
Okay. And there were doors, for example? In addition
Yes.
to the couch? Okay.
Yep.
And other pieces of furniture?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that take all day?
No, not really. I think we wrapped up in the early evening hours. I think we started probably mid-morning. So I think we were just logistically trying to get some of these pieces in place so we could move some of these items and move them down there. And I think we ended our time there in the 7:30 range of Saturday.
And did you have any gloves on when you're transporting all these items?
Yes, I did. Yeah,
Okay. What type of gloves?
rubber gloves, latex.
Okay. What color?
Well, that's a good question. I'm not really sure what color of gloves I had at the time. I don't recall what the color was.
Okay. And would you go from item to item with those gloves on as far as moving the items and loading them in the truck?
No, I believe I would don a different set of gloves if I needed to switch from one piece of evidence to another.
Okay. Is that the guideline?
Yeah, I mean, yes, it is. You
Okay.
should do that so you mitigate any type of risk of cross-contamination.
Okay. How about the other people at the scene?
I don't know about everyone else, but I know for myself, that's what I would have done.
So was there a discussion ahead of time with what type of protective devices people should be wearing?
Amongst the detectives or amongst the entire team?
Amongst the detectives.
I don't remember specifically having a discussion as to what we should or should not wear.
Okay. I have just a few more things, and then the state can do the direct. Okay. You had mentioned before that you were aware of a person named James Katsilamitis.
Yes, I'm aware of that individual. Yes.
And how did you become aware of that person?
There was a tip that came in through the police department, potentially of Mr. Casimili's involvement, and so Detective Heinzelman and Detective McWilliams conducted an interview with him.
Now, was this a time that Detective McWilliams was still the case agent?
This would have been in 2017. I don't remember what role Detective McWilliams was at that time when he spoke with him.
Do you recall being actively involved in that specific issue?
The issue, I'm sorry, what was
with Katsilamitis?
The issue of interviewing him?
In that month of July 2017.
I'm sorry, make sure I understand your question. Was I actively involved in his interview?
No, in the tip coming in and the need to pursue it further.
No, I don't recall anything specific that came about that my involvement with his interview.
Okay. There was an officer who went to the scene in response to their request on another issue, and they related, at least as far as the tip. Someone called in with an issue. An officer went to see them. They related the information with that tip, but then they also were troubled, and they talked to the officer about another issue concerning Mr. Katsilamitis. The name of the officer that took that was an Officer Myers. Is that anyone that you would know from patrol?
Officer Myers. There's a couple different Myers that work in the police department. I don't have any independent recollection as to what this officer did that day.
Okay. But you don't know that as a result of that, Detective Heinzelman went and interviewed those two people?
I'm not following your line of questioning as to what two people you're referring to.
Okay. Let me see if I can find that report.
Okay.
The name of the officer is Keith Myers, 1441. Does that help
Yes, sir.
you determine who that is? So
Yep.
Do you know who that is?
I do know who that is.
Okay. Is that someone that you worked with when you were supervisor in patrol?
Officer Myers at the time was not in my squad of officers. He worked in an adjacent district, roughly the same time frame. So I had intermediate contact with him from a supervisory side, from calls for service in the police department. But that's at that time, that would have been my relation or my interaction with him.
Okay. I have a copy of his field contact report. I don't think I can ask you to refresh your recollection because I don't think you've said that you've seen it.
Okay.
You haven't seen this report, correct? Would it help you if you saw it and maybe?
Well, I mean, I was the supervisor for violent crime, so I went through the entire case file, but I didn't really, I didn't have a chance to review that specific document for today.
Okay.
But I probably have reviewed it in the past.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection if I let you review it as to whether or not you understand the facts within the document?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You show it to this.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
You may.
Meet is I'm just going to go back to get understanding of what your understanding is, but that you weren't involved in this specific incident because this was during the time that you were kind of converting over. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure what incident you're referring to. Is there a time or a date?
Yeah, July 22nd at 4:17.
On what year?
2017.
So
2016, sorry.
16, July of 2016, 17th?
22nd.
22nd. Yes, I would have been the supervisor of violent crimes at that time.
Okay. At what point did you look at the file?
That would have been that would have been after I transferred to violent crimes right around that time frame of July of 2016. So I don't know. I have a specific recollection as to what date I started looking at it. I just know,
Okay.
It was something that I reviewed quite easily or quite frequently. Not all at one time, though.
Would you have directed Detective Heinzelman to interview the subjects that were named by Keith Myers on this date? If he had recommended that a detective go and interview these people, would you have followed up on that?
I would have. I don't remember if I directed them to interview him. That would have been something if they got word from the officer like, hey, I think this person needed to be interviewed. The expectation would be that they'd go follow up on that interview. I don't know if they necessarily need direction to go do that, but that they would take it upon their own initiative to do that.
Okay. Do you have any information relating to the follow-up interview that Detective Heinzelman did following this officer's report?
Again, without having to look at that report, I would assume so, but I can't speak.
Okay.
I don't know what's in that document that you're referring to.
Thank you. All right. I may have another question on that, but I'm going to move to something else.
Okay.
You and Detective Heinzelman met with a group of people. It may have been online called the Vidocq Society. I may be pronouncing that wrong. Is that right?
It's called the Vidocq Society.
Okay. And who are they?
They're a group of professionals in the criminal justice field that are based in Philadelphia. And they assist with investigations that have gone stale, maybe gone cold. They have a different, the group of committee consists of different professionals from different areas of expertise within criminal justice, whether it be crime scene, interviews, psychology, and they're kind of based off of they're formatted behind a French criminal turned detective that kind of in the 1700s.
And is that something that you had decided that Scottsdale should be doing?
Yes.
Okay. And did you prepare a presentation for them?
Yes, we did. And
did you get feedback on that presentation?
We got different areas of feedback. Yes.
Okay. And I'm not asking about the entire presentation. I just want to clarify that in that presentation, in that feedback, at least as of that date, which was May of 2017, that you were concerned about PMH and the DNA associated with PMH, correct?
Yes.
And you, at that point, were still looking at Alex as a possible suspect?
No.
Okay. You weren't?
No, we weren't.
Okay. So did you get feedback from people that attended your presentation as to what you should do with Alex?
Specifically what they told us?
Yeah.
Or,
Judge, I'm going to object as to what they told him.
Sustained.
Yes, okay. Did you get feedback?
yes, we did.
Okay. Did you follow up on that?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Was any of that feedback related to Alex?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Just about done. Do you recall dealing with someone? This is a report that you wrote. I want to get his first name. His last name is Elrod. Let's see. Winton Elrod?
No, sorry, it doesn't ring a bell.
It would have been March the 12th of 2016. A person that there was a warrant out. He had a bond, and there was a warrant for him.
The name, again, the name doesn't ring a bell as to the significance behind that person.
If I showed you the supplement that you wrote, would that refresh your recollection as to what had occurred?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, and if you could show it to the state, please. And what exhibit number is that?
It's not an exhibit, and that's the state's issue. I don't think there's an issue with him showing it, but he needs to show it within an exhibit
Okay.
or have it marked, one of the two, for purposes of the record.
Right, and for purposes of the record, this is being marked as what exhibit number?
570.
Sorry? 570, thank you. You may approach.
Okay.
Can I retrieve it?
You may.
Does that refresh your recollection, officer?
Yes, it does.
Lieutenant? Okay. And this was March the 12th, 2016?
Yes.
So you were patrol supervisor at that time?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And something about this person led you to believe that he was possibly involved in the Feldman case?
No. Well,
Okay.
the proximity to the crime
Okay.
where he was stopped at 74th Street in Elmeria, which is at the south end of Scottsdale, near Scottsdale McDowell Road. And Allison lived at basically Pima and Thomas Road. So there was about a 3 to 4 mile distance from there. And based on the contact that the officers had with this individual, what he was wearing, and I wanted to just speak with him about it, just proximity of the contact and to where Ms. Feldman lived.
Yes. You noted in your report that he was walking the alleys.
Yes.
Okay, and that's an issue. Is that important in this case, in the Feldman case?
Ms. Feldman's home backed up to an alleyway.
Okay, so that's the importance of it.
Yes.
Okay. And did you collect the swab yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know if it was tested?
I don't have the list of all the individuals. I believe it was, I coordinated with Detective Heinzelman about getting that, to acknowledge or let him know that I'd collected these buccal swabs from this individual and impounded them as evidence.
Okay. So even though you had moved to the supervisory position in patrol, you're still aware of the Feldman case, and you weren't actively pursuing leads, but you were aware, and if something came up, you at least looked into it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the pattern was if there was something interesting or someone that was suspicious, they'd be interviewed, and then a buccal swab would be taken?
Well, we would ask for consent initially to see if that person would be willing. We explained the circumstances, and we would ask for consent to see if they would be willing to give their DNAs to be tested against in our case.
And if that was tested and it didn't match H, then you went on to someone else?
Well, we would interview them, and we would test them, and if those leads, if that test was negative, it didn't match PMH, we did move on to pursue other angles and other avenues.
Okay. I believe that's all I have. I just want to check. Just to clarify on the buccal swabs, the buccal swabs were only taken from males, is that right?
For this investigation, yes, that is correct.
Okay. You had indicated in another report that you had also gone to Walmart to review some video?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that video?
We were trying to determine if anyone had purchased any chlorine or bleach products right around the time of when Allison may have been murdered. Proximity to Walmart to Allison's home is about 1.7 miles, so it was one of the closest places that would be open at that time of the night.
And did you also look for video of a visit that Allison had on the 17th to Walmart based on a receipt? Were you the person that looked at that video?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you notice whether or not, as Allison was leaving the parking lot, if anyone was following her?
So I reviewed all the video from when Allison drove into the parking lot until when she entered the store and got her carts throughout the store, and then till when she paid, and then when she exited to her car. The video captured out to Pima Road, and it seemed driving. We could see her driving out to Pima Road and then making that left southbound turn to go south on Pima Road towards her house. And I did not see anyone that was in the parking lot or in the store or following her at that point.
Okay. And not seeing anyone, that clearly indicates that you did not see Mr. Mitcham.
No, I did not see Mr. Mitcham in that video.
Okay. I do have another question. Earlier, Mr. Rosenberry had talked to you about your actions in the master bedroom when you were in the master bedroom looking for important objects that you might want to have tested or photographed.
Yes.
Okay. And he talked to you about whether or not you had touched any of those items.
Yes.
Okay. Did you touch any of those items?
I would have been wearing protective gloves, and I may have inadvertently touched something, but I was in the scene for 4 days, and we tried our best to try to limit our contamination and try to limit our any exposure. But it is possible that I may have touched something in that room.
Okay. And I think he also asked you if you breathed in the room, and of course you breathed in the room.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you aware that your DNA shows up at the scene in that room?
Yes, I learned about that information later. Yes.
Okay. How did you learn about it?
I don't remember the specifics, but I was told that my DNA was found in the on one of the dresser knobs, I believe. or
Okay.
dresser drawers that was swabbed.
Okay, but you don't remember touching the drawer?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you ever look at the report that talks about that fact? It was report number 154 from the lab unit.
No, sir. I have not. Reviewed that report.
Okay. Did anyone discuss with you the percentages of DNA that were found on the knob?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. And redirect by the state whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Detective, I'm going to jump around just a little bit to hit on some of the things that defense asked you about. Quickly, I want to get past you. One of the things you were asked about promoting from sergeant, that you initially put in for that promotion around 2013.
It was roughly, I think, right around 2015, maybe even the early part of 2014. I don't remember the exact date that the application process started.
But it took some amount of time from the point of the application to your getting that promotion.
Yes. So our application process is, an application through our, human resources. There was a written exam. There's a oral interview. There were scenario-based questions. There was a second interview, and then based on that, you are ranked into an order of promotion time. So. I think I fell into the April 2015 timeframe of when I was promoted.
And so that was just the nature of the time it takes to get through the promotion process with Scottsdale Police and get assigned a place to go work?
Yes.
So to speak. You were asked some questions, about the license, Allison's license. So I just want to show you what's already been admitted as Exhibit 112. Can you see a license in this photograph?
Yes, so Exhibit 112 right here is photo marker 19. And this would have been the drawer in Allison's kitchen. And in that drawer, it's depicting a couple different bottles of supplements, and then there's a prescription bottle. And then underneath that prescription bottle is a picture, a driver's license, an Arizona driver's license of a female. And then once we removed that, some of those bottles, we were able to learn that that female was Allison Feldman that lived on Monterey with that address.
You were asked some questions about the Blue Star agent, and you mentioned that it may react to other things in addition to blood. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
As part of applying the Blue Star, did you find it important if the Blue Star reacted to, for instance, blood or, as you mentioned, other things, whether it be chlorine or bleach or something else?
Yes, so I did find it very valuable because there, obviously if a red stain would appear to be blood, we felt pretty strongly that a Blue Star would react to it. But what we were also concerned about was the areas that did not have any blood. And we believe that these void patterns are areas that did not have blood, to see if there's any type of Clorox or bleach or anything that would have been cleaned off, that maybe blood was there at a previous time or chlorine was there. And these void patterns on that patio, on that cool decking near the pool, had a very significant indication that that blood or chlorine had been there.
And we'll actually talk about or look at some of the Blue Star photographs with Detective Heinzelman later, but were you present when those Blue Star, a Blue Star was applied?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you asked some questions about the bottles found. I just wanted to be clear. I think I don't think it got lost, but was there ever any Summer Shandy Leinenkugel's beer found, to your knowledge?
No, sir.
You talked about the glass pieces, and that in looking at them, it appeared to be not sort of one entire bottle. As you saw those glass pieces in the home, if you put all the glass shards together, did that appear to you to be one bottle, less than one bottle, or something else?
That was one of the things that we found ironic, or not ironic, but just concerning, was the lack of number of glass shards that we could find. We found, obviously, pieces on the tile and then pieces in that sunken living room where a significant bloodletting event occurred there, and there was bottle shards there. But there was not enough, in my opinion, to collect to make a full bottle or even multiple bottles. So that, yes, that was concerning for me.
And we talked about the glass that was found under the couch, and you had mentioned, you mentioned that this is found when the couch is lifted. Was that, remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
And so why would you have been lifting the whole couch? Why are you just lifting it up?
Well, we had to remove it, but also we couldn't see what's under there. So we had to actually physically lift it up to make sure that nothing that may have been caught or underneath the fabric of the couch would have been stuck to it. So when we did lift that couch out, that's when we found that that honey vice bottleneck.
And is it possible that prior to that last movement of the couch, where you're physically lifting the whole thing up to get it out of there, that it could have been at previous times scooted one way or the other during the processing of the scene?
I mean, it's possible, yeah.
You were asked about sort of when you come back to the Violent Crimes Unit as a supervisor, and the contact between Scottsdale Police Department and Harley Feldman in this case. You were not part of any of those in-person meetings, is that right?
That's correct.
So you would hear about them sort of indirectly?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Have you had, you said you've been involved in thousands of death investigations. You mentioned that?
Yes, yes.
Have you had other cases in which the family or next of kin to the individuals who have been murdered reach out to the Scottsdale Police Department?
Yes, I mean, we've had number of different death investigations, murder investigations, and each one of them are very unique to themselves. Sometimes family members are a lot more involved with the case or wanting to know about it. In other circumstances, in other cases, family members, or maybe they don't have a significant next of kin or somebody close to that victim, aren't as engaged in the investigation. It's just a case-by-case basis.
Moving to sort of a different topic, you were asked about some buccal swabs that you personally collected. So you do some swabbing. For instance, you'll collect a buccal swab from a person's mouth?
Yes, sir.
Do sometimes you ask for crime scene specialists to do that as well, just depending on who's available?
Yes, yeah.
And in this case, you were asked about looking specifically for a male, collecting swabs from a male. And again, we're going to hear more about DNA later, but since it came up, did you already know as part of the investigation that PMH belonged to a male based on the DNA?
Yes, we did.
You were asked some questions about sort of Alex and his smell. Do you remember those?
Yes, I do.
When you first arrive at a crime scene like this, you hear something on the radio, something's happening, and you first arrive. Do you know all of the information that you know now sitting here today?
No, not at all.
So did you know exactly, did you know how long it had been since Allison Feldman had last contacted a family member at that point?
Not at that time, no.
Or where Alex potentially had been prior to going to the house?
No.
So you noted whether or not you smelled anything on Alex, and I think your testimony on cross was you did not. Is that right?
That is correct.
Again, not knowing at that time if Alex had been involved somehow and had changed clothes, you might not smell anything on him. Is that fair?
That's fair. Yes.
You can't really know unless it had, you don't know what happened. But if he had just been in the house and dumped a whole bunch of bleach, he might smell. You don't know?
Objection leading.
Sustained. If
Fair
you could
enough.
rephrase, please.
Will do, Judge. You noted the smell of Alex, correct?
I didn't note the smell of
The lack of a
Alex.
smell, I should say.
I noted the lack of chlorine or a bleach type of odor emanating from him.
And so just to be clear, at the time that you're arriving at this scene, you don't know a lot of factors that could affect whether there's a smell or not.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
In your experience, if a number of hours had passed between someone being around bleach like that and contact with, might the smell dissipate? Do you know?
It's definitely possible that if they were in a home for hours, it's hard to tell, just based on the wind too. There's some other external climate factors that could play as to whether or not you could get a definite smell. But also, I also wanted to make a visual of him to see if there's any type of staining at all from a chlorine, and I didn't see any of that.
Or any injuries on him or anything?
Or any injuries on him.
And so essentially, you're documenting what you see and what you observe at the time. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to move on from that. You return, just to sort of orient you to my line of questioning here, you return to violent crimes in 2016, July of 2016.
Yes, sir.
And at this point, at what point do you reassign the case from McWilliams to Heinzelman as the sort of case agent or lead detective? Roughly.
I want to say it was in the latter part of 16, maybe the early part of 17, roughly around there is when I had the case reassigned as Detective Heinzelman.
Does Detective McWilliams, is he still part of, at that point, the homicide squad?
Yes, yeah, Detective McWilliams was the co-case agent. I assigned him as a secondary to the case so he could be an integral part of the investigation.
So he still has tasks potentially assigned to him?
Yes.
He's still involved in the squad and the discussions that you mentioned, the weekly discussions?
Yes. So
you ultimately make a decision to rearrange sort of the personnel that's on this case. Why do you do that?
A couple different factors. Since this was a complex investigation that has gone on for almost, for 2 years now, or a year and a half at the time, I felt it was important that another officer, another detective, I should say, that had a lot of knowledge of the case, that was very involved in using their experience and their ability for attention to detail. I felt that in a new set of eyes, maybe from a different perspective, maybe saw something a little bit differently. I wanted to make sure that opportunity was given and that opportunity was taken advantage of. So we don't have a case where it became stagnant and nothing was done.
You were asked a question even about this society in Philadelphia. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
So sort of my question to you is, as the supervisor of the Violent Crimes Unit, were you making those decisions to kind of try those different things?
Yes. I was attempting any and all avenues that we had not previously utilized. Speaking with some of my colleagues in other agencies, the trainings, the research that I've done, the experience that I've had with dealing with extremely old investigations, cold cases, I felt like this was a really an incredible opportunity to have a set of eyes, a different perspective from a bunch of different areas to help us help identify or where to look for PMH and where that the significance behind PMH.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, if anyone from the jury has a question for this witness, we would collect it at this time. And I see one. And counsel, you may approach. So I have a couple follow-up questions for you from the jury. The first one is, can you clarify the broken bottle situation? I was under the impression there were 2 broken bottles. So one was Honey Weiss, and what was the second?
Yes. So in the sunken living room kitchen area where all the blood swiping, we're using an object, probably the Swiffer, to move around the blood. There was definitely a lot of different glasses. One of the glass pieces that we found came to a creamy dark. And then we had the second bottle, which we found later at the end on Saturday the 21st. When we moved that couch up, we found that Honey Weiss bottle, which was the full neck of it, Exhibit 11, I believe.
Any follow-up by the state?
Yes, there's just a few questions. So to clarify, you indicated there's a creamy dark. Is that a different brand of Leinenkugels?
Yes, it is.
And did you find like a piece of bottle, like 566 has previously been admitted today? Did you find a bottle like this for the creamy dark, or are you saying you had reason to believe there was potentially a creamy dark bottle involved? I want to clarify.
Yeah, there was, I believe, either a label or part of the bottle that indicated it was a creamy dark. And then from that, in the coolers in the back patio, there was Leinenkugel creamy dark in a cooler on the patio. So it was, we believe that that creamy dark came from that cooler.
So just to clarify, did you find another piece of glass like this size?
No, sir, no. It was a very small piece. I believe almost it would have either a label or something that indicated on the bottle itself that it came from a creamy dark.
So the rest of what we're talking about when we talk about beer bottle pieces are the shards that we've shown pictures of. You might not have been present for all of them, but pictures of sort of glass pieces on the floor.
Yes, so the
Bleeding like a foundation.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
So the majority of beer bottles that we saw, we didn't find any caps. We found bottle pieces, that brown part of the Leinenkugel bottles. We didn't find any large type of labeling that said it came from a creamy dark or from a Honey Weiss or any other type of bottle. It was just the glass brown pieces. We did find that one smaller piece that indicated it came from a creamy dark. I believe it was from a label. And then that honey vice bottle top that we found underneath the couch. But we didn't find anything large or definitely indicating they were all smaller, a lot smaller pieces.
Thank you.
Any cross by the defense?
Just to clarify, it's still your opinion that there were 2 bottles in the scene?
Yes.
Any redirect?
No.
The next question is, was all DNA found at the scene identified to a person? If not, how many unidentified, all male DNA, or male and female?
Could you just repeat that question, ma'am?
Sure. Was all DNA found at the scene identified to a person? If not, how many unidentified, all male DNA, or male and female? Question mark, if you know.
Yes. So the first part of that question is we identified all of the DNA found at the scene that came to a specific individual. We found, and those results were Alex, Harley Feldman, and the female DNA we found, I believe we found obviously Allison's DNA because she lived there. There was no unknown DNA that came back to a male or a female found in the home that we collected and had tested at the crime lab. The only unknown at the time was PMH, which we eventually have discovered who the contributor of PMH being Ian Mitcham.
Any follow-up by the state?
Yeah, just kind of briefly. You ultimately your testimony today is essentially relying on the DNA work that's done by the lab, right?
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So you didn't do any DNA work yourself. I know that might be obvious.
Yes, I'm not a DNA analyst.
And perhaps would it be when it comes to whose DNA was found on which exact item, perhaps would that be a better question for someone from the lab? When it go ahead, sorry.
Yes, I mean ultimately I don't have right in front of me the exact knowledge as to what item was collected and then who it belonged to throughout the home. I know we had collected a lot of different swabs, a lot of different pieces of evidence, and we sent all of that to the crime lab for examination and analysis, so they'll be able to explain what DNA belonged to which piece of evidence.
And maybe just a question is, you mentioned, some DNA found belonged to Alex, but sitting here today, could you give me an itemized list of which item or which piece?
No, sir.
Okay. Anything else? Nothing else.
Okay. Any cross?
Yes. Are you aware that a rape kit was done in this case?
Yes.
What is a rape kit?
You may. Three o'clock.
be out of my scope and out of my purview for that.
And any follow-up by the state?
No, Your Honor.
And anything from the defense?
No.
And the third portion of the question is all male DNA or male and female, question mark?
Again, that answer would be out of my purview, out of my scope to answer that.
Any follow-up by the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense? The second portion of the questions was DNA swab in bottle before or after picture with gloved finger, parenthesis, exhibit 569, in bottle cap, exhibit 10, question mark?
To the best of my recollection, we did not swab that piece of evidence at the scene. We packaged it and sent it to the crime lab.
Any follow-up by the state? Anything from the defense? And those were all the questions. May this witness be excused subject to recall.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the state may call their next witness.
Judge, the state calls Bree Davis.
Good afternoon, ma'am. We'll have you come up here and we will have you sworn in by our clerk.
Can you state and spell your name for the court, please? Bree Davis, B-R-E-E-D-A-V-I-S.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
And I'll have you take a seat up here in the witness box. Thank you. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please just introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Bree Davis. I am currently a crime scene specialist with the Salt River Indian community. During this case, I was a crime scene specialist with Scottsdale.
Were you also or formerly known as Bree McKenna?
Yes, that was my married name. I have since been divorced.
And you said that you were a crime scene specialist with the city of Scottsdale back when this case happened in 2015?
Yes.
How long had you been with Scottsdale at that point?
2015 would have been 9 years.
And
And
I'm
so-
sorry. I'm so sorry. Can I have you pull the mic closer to you? I just want to make sure everyone can hear you. Thank you.
It's kind of bendy. You can there you go. So 9 years, we've heard from crime scene specialists, but did you tell me a little bit about your track in becoming a crime scene specialist, I guess, in 2006?
Correct. Yeah, I started my career in 2006. Prior to that, I was in college. I had my bachelor's in criminal justice and criminology. I also took certificate programs for fingerprinting, crime scene photography, and overall crime scene processing. I am a senior certified crime scene analyst with the IAI, which is the International Association for Identification, kind of the governing board for crime scene and other lab-based things. Since then, I've been doing this nearly 20 years.
And so after entering this field in 2006, when did you leave Scottsdale?
2021.
And where'd you go?
I'm transferred to Dallas. I was a crime scene supervisor and manager for the Dallas Police Department.
And did you come back to Scottsdale or Salt River after that?
I came back and got a job with Salt River, and I've been here about four and a half months.
At the time this case happened in February of 2015, what was your role as a crime scene specialist with Scottsdale?
So generally, I was still just a crime scene specialist, so I worked the road. That was responding to any kind of crime scene that a detective or an officer requested us on. So mostly felony type stuff, homicides all the way down to vehicle burglaries. For this case in particular, I was tasked with being like the lead or the case crime scene person, which meant I was going to be doing all the documentation on scene.
And is that normal to have one of the crime scene specialists assigned as sort of the lead person?
Yes, it is.
Do you also have a supervisor that is sort of oversees all of the crime scene specialists as well?
Yes, our supervisor was, at that point, they were called leads. But yes, he was on scene with us.
Who was that?
Mark Carpenter.
And so I'm going to kind of focus in a little bit on this case, but were you on sort of working the day of February 18th, 2015?
Yes, I was.
Would you have been at an office, at home, something else?
I believe at that point I was working 6 at night to 4 in the morning. And by the times of my response, I believe I got called in.
And to give us sort of some context, are you actually asked to respond somewhere else around 5:55 p.m. on February 18th?
Yes, I responded to our District 2 jail in reference to another case that they wanted me to process some individuals that were at the jail, and then I responded to a scene to process that in reference to a burglary.
So do you first go to the jail, and you said you were involved in processing some men at that jail?
Correct.
Were any of those men in Mitcham?
No.
So you have contact. When you mean process, do you collect some of their clothing?
I did collect all of their clothing as well as take some photographs of them.
And you said you also went to a home after that?
Yes.
Do you remember whereabouts that was?
I know it was on Granite Reef. I don't recall the number specifically.
In the interest of time, if I said 4331 North Granite Reef, does that sound about right?
Yes.
And at that time, do you do some work at the home at that scene?
Yes.
Go ahead, sorry.
I processed it. I remember there was a door kicked. Someone had forced the door open. So I processed that, tried to collect the footwear impression, and then process anything in the house that they may or may not have touched.
Okay. And that, as part of your role as a crime scene specialist, is it normal for you to be asked to go to scenes like this?
Yes.
And then after that initial job, did you ultimately respond out to Allison Feldman's home around 7:40 p.m. that same night?
Yes, I did.
So tell me now, when you get to Allison's home, what's your job? What do you roll up and see?
At that point, we already had been on scene for a little bit. I believe that they had been waiting on a search warrant to get signed so that we could enter. At the point where I was there, we were ready to go inside and start documenting. With me was CSS Palma. She was doing the photography and had documented some of the stuff prior to my arrival. And once we were able to make entry into the scene, basically my job was to move throughout the house, documenting what I saw for the different rooms, placing the different rooms. Basically, I'm there to document everything as I see it.
And you said you were with Miss Palma at this point?
Yes.
Were there other people, whether it be detectives or crime scene personnel, that were also in the home at this point?
I believe we were with detectives. 2 other crime scene people were tasked with coming in. I don't know if they were there at that moment, but they did at some point show up. So there was at least 3 crime scene people at all times. But yes, there was detectives also in there and my supervisor.
And so we've heard about some of these people, but just so I can kind of orient, was Detective Heinzelman on scene?
Yes.
What about Detective Lockerbie?
Yes.
And you mentioned some other crime scene personnel that would have been working the scene as well. besides Miss Palma, does that include a Stephanie Hans
Correct.
and a Kristen Oleksik?
Yes.
Okay. And those two people I just mentioned are part of the crime scene unit?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'm going to go back. So your job is, you said, to document the scene?
Correct.
And so what do you notice? Let's just go when you first walk into this home. What do you initially notice?
Initially, you got smacked in the face with a chemical smell. It was so bad that we had the doors open trying to air it out. But for most of that first night, I had to wear a filtered mask because I couldn't breathe in there while I was documenting.
As your role sort of taking notes and documenting, do you wear the full, like I think we've heard it referred to as a Tyvek suit, or do you wear something else?
For this scene, that's usually determined kind of by what the scene is telling you and detectives on scene. So for this one, for that first night, I wore the mask and I wore gloves and I wore booties. I was not in a full Tyvek suit.
And at the time that you enter the scene, do you notice anything about is there a TV?
Yes.
Do you notice anything about it?
Yes, in the living room was kind of disheveled, and on one of the walls was a TV hanging. The TV was on, but it was muted and said mute in the, I think, bottom left corner.
Did you observe any sort of discoloration or staining anywhere?
Yes, the floor throughout the house was stained. You could tell that something had been dumped on it. There was pooling in certain areas. You could tell that something had been dragged through in either a cleaning fashion or something. There was definitely movement you could see in there. But yeah, there was a lot of liquid and stuff on the floor.
And this was sort of immediately obvious to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we've seen some photographs of the house, and I'm going to go through some with you as well. But are you, you mentioned some of the other people present. Are you with, and are you able to observe the work of Kristen Oleksik?
Yes.
Does she do some photographs that first night? We're still sticking now with the night of 2/18 into the early morning hours of 2/19.
Yes, she took over for CSS Palma. And as the scene photographer.
And as we're getting to those photos, hopefully before we end today, as you're moving through the house, do you notice any sort of spray or discoloration on drawers or handles or anything like that?
Yes, there was a discoloration. You could tell that something had been sprayed and then not wiped off, so it dried in a white pattern on a lot of the surfaces, definitely in the laundry room, definitely Allison Feldman's bedroom. Anything that had like a handle or a knob seemed to have spray on it.
Was that, again, sort of immediately apparent to you as you moved through the house?
Yes, it was.
Given that your role is to document, are you yourself handling things, swabbing things, or collecting things?
On this day, no, I was not. I was just walking around documenting. At that point, I'm not really touching anything because I wanted to document it as I see it. So we're making sure not to touch anything until it's documented, both photos and by myself taking notes.
Do you personally have any observation of Allison Feldman's body?
I mean, at that moment, I saw that she was in the hallway.
Do you recall anything about her hair or the piece of clothing over her face?
Yeah, at first we couldn't totally tell what it was, but it ended up being a dress that was pulled up over her face. Her hair, you could see underneath her, and everything was very wet. The ground below her body, as well as the clothing over her face, was wet with some kind of substance.
Are you present when the medical examiner arrives to remove Ms. Feldman's body from the home?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember around when that was? The time frame?
I want to say around 11 o'clock that night.
And were you, we previously said you got there maybe around 7:40 and there was some discussion and waiting initially. When did you ultimately leave the home that, we'll call it the morning of 2/19 at this point?
I believe around 2 a.m.
And so during the time that you're there, the medical examiner comes and removes Allison Feldman's body, but you stay there to continue working?
Correct. And they showed up at, it's in my notes specifically, but they show up and what we're doing, documenting her body and that type of stuff also takes a decent amount of time. So that would take up some of that time too.
Is that normal for the medical examiner to arrive ultimately and remove the body after there's a chance for you to do what you need to do?
Yes.
I'm, in the interest of time, I'm going to go through a bunch more questions and maybe we'll show you your report if needed, but you'll probably have to come back on Wednesday or Thursday. So I'll just move through and then if you need to refresh your memory, I might do that the next time you're here.
Okay.
Do you remember anything about glass in the home?
Yes, there were dark pieces of shattered glass, very tiny, small pieces throughout the dining room and near the kitchen.
And ultimately, we have about 20, 25 minutes left. I think I'm just going to start showing you some photos. Is that okay? Mm-hmm. So you mentioned you were present, but do you take any photos yourself?
Not for this.
At this time?
No.
Okay. So you, well, Judge, I'm going to show defense quickly. See what's right? I'm not going to get through all of these, so I don't. I just want to do 59. Yeah, I'm only going to move to it, but I think that the one you're going to check. So I'll skip up to this one. And just go with this one. Yeah, does that make sense? And then I'll do the rest next time. Judge, I'm just going to collect a handful of these in the interest of time. And defense has noted they will stipulate to some of these pictures, and some of them have already been admitted with Lieutenant Lockerbie, so the numbers are a little wonky. But I think I can do my best, Judge. So we're going to go to, okay. So it's going to be 416 through 422.
Okay.
426 through 428.
Okay.
431 through 435.
Okay.
437 through 441.
Okay.
444 through 454.
Okay.
And then I'll be stopping there for today.
Okay. And no objections to admitting these exhibits?
That's correct,
Okay.
Your Honor.
It's ordered admitting the exhibits that were just mentioned, again, 416 through 422, 426 through 428, 431 through 435, 437 through 441, and 444 through 454.
Okay. So I'm just going to start at the beginning and ask you about these, okay? Here we go. All right. So we've seen a placard like this before, but just to... Oh, is that frozen? Possibly. Give it a minute. Are you familiar with these placards?
Yes.
Just have the date, time, case number, person involved?
This is the beginning shot of any time we are taking a photograph, has the date and the time that we're starting our photographs. Obviously, the agency that we work for, the case number, and then whoever is taking the photographs.
And just to be clear, that was 416, is that correct?
416. Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Apologies. I'm going to run out of space on this little table here pretty quick. So I'm going to go to, 417 now. What is that?
So that is a photo placard, and that is marking a spot just directly in front of the front door.
So I kind of want to the extent that you know, Ms. Davis, we're talking about around midnight here. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
It says 2:19, but it's just, I mean, it's just beyond, just barely.
Correct.
Okay, so that was back at 4:16 for the record. So you had mentioned that you were there some pictures taken before these were taken with the placards, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And do you put these placards down?
I did not know. The letter ones were placed there by lab personnel who had shown up on scene during the night.
So that you answered my question, even though I phrased it poorly. So we talked about crime scene personnel. What's the difference between crime scene personnel and the lab personnel?
So crime scene, we are based as scene personnel, so we're responding out to the scenes. The lab is more lab-based, so they have their specialties, latent prints, DNA, that type of thing. The reason that they were called out to the scene was to complete some chemical processing that us as crime scene people, we don't do on the scenes. Those chemicals are very time sensitive and that kind of thing. So they were tasked with coming out and doing that kind of processing while we did the rest of the scene.
Are you guys kind of working as a team to some degree, and that responsibilities are divvied up amongst the team?
Yes.
So we haven't heard from these lab personnel yet, but if I say Vicky Beamer, is she one of the people that works at the Scottsdale Crime Lab?
Yes.
Did she come to the scene
Yes.
this night? Okay. And so these letter placards, because we've seen a lot of number placards, but these letter placards were placed ultimately or utilized by lab personnel to do what they did that night?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to go through and show them so we can get a kind of understanding. But this is just 418. We have A in 417, and then I've continued in 418. And is this that same?
Yeah, that's just a close-up of that same reddish brown stain that's in front of the...
Does this stain appear, well, is there anything unusual about this stain to your observation? Don't want to go too far out. Sorry, it's kind of delayed here. There we go. Would you say, is there anything unusual about that stain to you?
I mean, the location being right inside of the front door.
Going back to 417. Okay. Gonna move to 419. This is, I won't put that up yet, actually. I'm gonna skip 419 for now. Definitely run out of room. We're gonna go to 420. What is that? If you can tell. Oops.
It appears to be red-brown stain, but this one appears to have been displaced.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to go back to 419. I didn't want to because it has a sensitive part of it,
Okay.
Judge. It's not super clear, but I think it's sensitive enough
Okay, thank you.
for everyone's knowledge. Am I good to move it over?
Yes.
So what are we looking at here? Maybe orient you to the letter.
So this is the entry. The front door is to the bottom side of the picture. To the left is the hallway where Allison Feldman was. To the right is a sunken living room. And then to the top of the picture is going into a dining room.
There's a little glare on the way that the light hits these up here, but you said up here is top right of 419 going into the dining room?
Correct.
Okay. So then if I go to 420 after looking at sort of this less zoomed in, does that now
Yes.
you kind of orient where that B is?
Yes.
Okay. And again, this is the choice of what to put a letter by or what to highlight. Was that who made that decision?
I don't remember specifically, but it was the lab.
So that's 420. I'm going to go to 421. Might be hard to see or orient, but are we looking at the letter C here?
Correct.
And then I'm going to go to 422. What is that?
So that is in the hallway where Allison Feldman was. That is a baseboard that had a red-brown stain on it.
.420. Okay, so we jump around a little because of exhibits that were already admitted. So that was 422. Now I'm going to go to 423, previously admitted. We've seen this one. So again, can you tell me real quick what we're looking at in this picture?
All right, so this is the dining room. Towards the top, you're looking back at the front entry foyer area, then the hallway to the right. Again, to the left and down is that sunken living room. But majority of this is the dining room.
Okay. And that's 423, 424. What's this?
So that's that same area, just a little bit closer in.
And we've seen some of these, but I'm going to jump now. If I'm going to focus you on E in 424, and then this one's also previously been admitted, but does this look familiar?
Yes.
As far as you being at the scene?
Yes, those are those little broken pieces of glass.
Okay, and we've heard about some of this, but what you're pointing at, sort of the middle of this picture up against the baseboard almost?
Yes.
Okay.
And was that 425?
425, Judge. Apologies.
Thank you.
Now we're going to go to 426, backing out. That's going to be
Sorry, 1 second. Yes, okay, we admitted 426. Thank you.
426. What are we looking at here? If you can orient us. And if not, I can move to one different one that might help. We'll go to 427 first. Do you see this one?
Yes.
Kind of, maybe I'll do it this way. Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. So what are we looking at in 427?
So this is a pillar that is kind of centrally located between the dining room, that sunken living room, and the foyer.
And so now kind of a much more zoomed in version of that. If I go from 427 back to 426, are you able to orient based on that G placard there?
Yes.
So is that same pillar?
It is, yes.
Okay.
It's the side that's facing more of the hallway.
And then here you can almost see that edge to the sunken living room?
Correct.
Okay, so now that's 426, 427, 428. So we're going to just keep focused on the area there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you see any of that glass in this one? Not necessarily related to the G, but...
Yes. Below the pillar, near the baseboard, and then further in towards the living room and the kitchen area is more little pieces of the brown glass.
Right down here on the bottom left in this area?
Yes.
Okay. Sort of middle right, bottom left of 428. And now 429. Previously admitted, I've talked about this one. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, when you're, let me put up 430. This is Exhibit 430. Is that photo marker H?
Correct.
PMH for short?
Correct.
Your role in documenting the scene or in being with Miss Alexic as she's kind of moving through and photographing these placards, again, who's deciding what to placard or what to swab?
We're kind of all working together, but since the lab was on scene, they did have a lot of say in kind of what was documented as far as what we were going to take swabs of. Like I said, the letter stuff was completely decided by them. The numbers was us. But yeah, for that kind of stuff, they were making those decisions.
And are these the individuals, at least the one person that I mentioned, Vicky Beamer, is that the same person at the Scottsdale Crime Lab who would do sort of DNA work and come to write a report with the conclusion? And I'm not asking you what the conclusions were, but does she do that DNA work in the lab as well as what she did in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So that was 4:30. This is 4:31. Can you tell kind of where we are in this picture?
Yes.
Where are we?
This is still in the dining room.
Is this like what's down here on the bottom left?
I believe that's that chair that was next to photo marker H.
And so now if we move in, and that's 4:31, in 4:32, we're still looking at I, just a zoomed in version.
Correct.
Do you see any sort of staining in this photograph?
Yes, you see the dark reddish brown kind of staining towards the bottom of the picture.
Now I'm going to back up to 4:31 because is there a J placard here?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're going to go from 4:31 to 4:33. Are we looking again at that J placard?
Yes.
Do you see some staining in this photograph?
Yes, there's some to the left, some round stains, and then some smears on the bottom right.
And in your experience, is the look of that consistent with blood? I know you can't maybe tell just by eyeballing it.
Yeah, I mean, the stuff throughout the scene was consistent with blood.
Okay. So we're going to go now to 4:34. What is that?
That was in the dining room. That is the dining table.
Okay. And there's a placard K on this one?
Correct.
Okay, 4:35. What area of the house are we looking at now?
So we're still in the dining room. This is to the top is the sliding glass door that would lead out to the backyard.
Do you see what are consistent with blood staining in this exhibit 435?
Yes.
And can you just point it out for me?
There is some on the door itself, and there's also some on the bottom right-hand corner in the picture on the floor, as well as around that slipper.
That's 435. I'm going to go to 436. Same area of the house?
Correct, yes. It just zoomed more in.
Okay. And then 437. Same kind of question. Well, in 436, do you see that N placard?
Yes.
And then in 437, do you see that same N placard?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so what are we looking at? It's kind of zoomed in here.
Yeah, so N was marking that the blood that was on the inside of the sliding glass door.
Okay. And then that's 437. Now we're at 438. What placard is in this photo?
Placard M.
Where are we in the house?
So this is still the dining room. That sliding glass door is in the upper left. This is more towards, you're now going towards the kitchen.
Is the kitchen to the left or to the right in this photo?
To the right.
Okay. And so now placard, I'm looking at 439. What is that?
That's that same stain just zoomed in.
Does that appear to be consistent?
Yes.
With blood? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I think you read my mind. It answered before I finished. 440.
So this is a view from the dining room area towards that sunken living room.
Can you see the couch in this photo?
Yes.
I know some of these questions might be obvious because we can all see it, but for just my understanding, and can you see some of the staining that I had asked you about when you first walked in the home?
Yes. So the flooring in the sunken living room was dark wood or dark wood tile, and it had, not only was it wet and there was still pools of the substance on the floor, you can also see the white areas kind of at the middle of the picture where it had dried a little bit.
And just for the record, you mean the middle of the picture, kind of this area of the picture?
Yes.
Okay, or for the jury. It's in this photograph, do you remember anything about like photographs on the wall?
I don't recall any on the wall, but there were some that were propped against the wall in this kind of the center left of this picture. They would have been propped kind of against there.
And do you see, it's kind of hard to see from this vantage point, but in the top right of Exhibit 440, is that kind of how the couch was when you entered, to your best of your knowledge, kind of slanted like that?
Yes, yeah, we didn't touch anything, so all of these photos are as the scene was as when we got there.
And so you're now, again, just so I understand, this is early morning of 419, sort of overnight 418 into early morning of 419?
Correct.
Okay. We'll call that sort of the first night, so to speak?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in now. So I'm going to focus your attention on placard O and then go to Exhibit 440. Is that just a zoomed in version?
Yes, that's showing that red-brown blood substance.
Does there appear, if you can tell from this photograph, is there any glass in this from what you can see?
Yes, it does appear in the bottom part of it. There is the little shards of it.
Oh, I think I misspoke. You were there when you were there that first night. What I called the first night. We're talking February 18th into February 19th.
Correct.
I think I might have said 418 instead. I misspoke. It's been a day, long day. So we're talking the glass right here on the bottom of 441.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to jump to what's previously been admitted, 442. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So this is the bar area or the breakfast bar area in more like the kitchen. So that's kind of between the kitchen and that sunken living room. It's photo marker P, which I believe is a piece of broken glass.
And so where's the kitchen from this vantage point?
So the kitchen is to the top left. The sunken living room is to the bottom, and then the dining area is kind of to the left.
Okay. So now we're going to move to 443, zoomed in. We have seen this one before, but is this what you're talking about, that piece of glass?
Yes.
Okay. Now we're going to go to 444, back to this area of the home. Can you tell me again, where's the front door from here?
So the front door would be in the top right corner.
And we've seen some photographs of this area, but again, is this consistent with what you personally observed that night, 218 into 219, when you're in the home?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I'm going to focus you in on number Q now. Can you see Q in Exhibit 444?
Yes, I can.
And then I'm going to go to 445. Do you see that same placard?
Yes.
Might be, let's see how I can turn this. Kind of like this almost. But do you see sort of some potential staining and any glass in 445?
Yes, in the bottom right kind of area of
Back this way.
the upper left corner of the area, there appears to be a stain and broken glass.
And just to be clear, I kind of turned it because in 444 you can see that there's is this a step in the bottom right?
Yes.
Okay, and so just to orient in 445, do you see that a corner of that lighter colored tile in 445?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to 446. What are we looking at here?
So this is the side of the couch.
Did you, at this point, well, let's go to one more, 447. So we're going to go from 446 to 447. Do you notice anything about the couch, or was there any reason, to your knowledge, that that photos were taken of this section?
Yes, there was a red substance smeared on the side of the couch.
That's 447. 448. Moving back in, where are we in the house now?
That is in between the dining room and the kitchen.
Is this a fridge at the top?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to just zoom in now from 448 to 449. Is that same, called staining?
Yes, it is.
Is that consistent with blood in your experience?
Yes.
I'm going to get through, hopefully, Judge, I'm just going to end at 454 if that's all right. I've just got a handful left here.
Sorry, did you mean
Exhibit
25?
454.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I'm at 450. Just trying to get through. All right. So what are we looking at here?
So this is in the kitchen, and it is a view of the kitchen into the living room, or no, into the laundry room, correct?
And there's 2 placards there. Do you see those?
Yes.
Or actually, I guess, so go ahead.
U and T.
Is there another one? I missed the top left or top
Yeah, V.
V. And so if I zoom in now in Exhibit 451, what are we looking at there?
There's the red-brown stain in the bottom left of that picture.
Okay.
And above the T also.
And then I'm just going to go back to 450, and I'm going to focus you on placard U, and then we're going to move to Exhibit 452. Do you see that same placard U?
Yes.
Do you see, is there any staining in this photo?
Yes, there's a red-brown stain.
Now we're going to go to 453. What are we looking at here?
So that is the kitchen wall. You can see the laundry room further on.
And just zooming in now, that's 453. Zooming in 454, do you see that same exhibit V, or property photo marker V?
Yes.
And maybe I can do 2 more, and then maybe a logical endpoint. 455, back to the living room.
Yeah, this is back into the dining area. Living room is to your left, dining room to the right, and then that hallway is at the top.
Do you see photo marker W?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to zoom in now on 456. Is that the same photo marker W?
Yes, it is.
What is that?
A bunch of small pieces of broken glass.
And again, going back to 455, that spot, just to orient you to this pillar here.
Correct.
Where's the front door?
The front door is going to be in the top left corner.
Okay. And 456, and I think that might be just a fine enough time, Judge, if that's okay.
Okay. All right. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break for today. As you may recall, we are dark tomorrow. I am covering another court tomorrow, so thank you for your understanding of the court's calendar. And we will see you back here on Wednesday at 10:30 a.m. Please remember that admonition as you go home over the next day. Please do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't do any research. Don't watch or read any news stories about the case or anyone involved in the case. And again, I'll look forward to seeing you all on Wednesday at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.